Better late than never, eh? Let's get this going. Okay, the embed's working now too. Excellent. Let's get this show on the road then. Plan on normal. As you can see in the tag below, I'm using the Prime Hack version of Dolphin this time. It runs a hell of a lot better for Prime 3, and it will allow me to use keyboard and mouse. Hey, Amber. The camera is still broken, and I did not get a new one yet, so I'm just going to leave the box art down there in the corner as a placeholder for now. I'm doing alright. Did not get the most sleep last night after our little adventure, but that's also more me not sleeping than that going wrong. And thank you for the follow, Sneezy Peasy. That was supposed to have started like 2 hours ago, but I only actually woke up at noon today. Yeah, that's about where I was at too. I should have went to sleep a lot sooner than that, but you know. That's just how it goes. Okay. It's gonna still be a little bit of jank, but that's to be expected. Ship turned around. There's the Federation fleet just kind of hanging out over there.
Galactic Federation fighters approaching.
Yeah. Even without something doing it to me, my brain doesn't want to sleep.
Vessel, please switch to secure radio frequency and transmit your identity code. We're standing by.
Need that. Oop. Thank you, Streamy Dreamy, for the follow as well. Off to a wild start today, apparently. That one looks right. These, I think, are different every time, actually.
Transmission verified. Greetings, Samus. We welcome you on behalf of the Galactic Federation.
They put a lot of motion controls in this one because it's on the Wii, so they're like, yeah, motion controls. Everybody loves those.
Welcome back, Samus.
The setup I have will allow me to have a shortcut past a bunch of the motion controls just to make our lives a lot simpler. In part because, in emulation, a lot of the motion controls wouldn't really work very properly either. And the way the trilogy version of 3 is running makes me really think I might have actually wanted to just use the trilogy version of all 3 of them. Because this is running so much cleaner in all of my testing, in spite of there being more effects going on. Okay. How you doing? This is the only one out of the Prime trilogy I didn't actually finish when I was younger, because I just never got around to it since it was on the Wii. It was a little funky in terms of the timing for me. But that's why I'm going back and fixing that now.
Admiral Dane is waiting for you in the briefing room.
Because I've already completed the first two on stream for everybody. So I may as well close the loop. At least till they theoretically make the fourth one. Which I would love it if they did, but I'm not gonna hold out too much hope for it. Considering that seems to keep going back and forth as to whether it'll actually happen. Scan the local everything. That's fine. Do what you do to enjoy yourself. I'm just happy to have people around. And best of luck with it, because this game does get tricky at points. Absolutely does. A lot of this stuff I'm not gonna read. I'll start reading when we actually get to the actual creature morphologies and things further in the game. A lot of this Federation stuff isn't gonna be that interesting. And my throat's still a little mad at me after Symphony of War yesterday when I was voicing every goddamn thing. But yeah, most notably of the improvements, the map doesn't lag. Like, I know that sounds like a stupid thing, but at the same time, it's incredible by comparison to the fact that the maps in emulation for 1 and 2 were running at like 30, in spite of everything I tried to do with them, make them run better. Now, I'm not aiming to get 100%, as I did with the first two games. I'm just gonna grab everything I can, and everything that is in front of me, so we know as much as possible, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to 100% it, because that will become problematic. To a point where it will hamper my enjoyment. Class frigates. This is, I assume, it's some kind of... Ah, it's a turret. Okay. It's either going to be a turret or a projector. Which, considering they've got all this hologram nonsense, projectors would be important. Another kind of ship? It is. Ares class transport. Every Monday and Tuesday till we finish this is going to be dedicated to this. It'll usually be earlier in the day than this, but we'll see how that ends up playing out along the way through life. We need the access code from that, but we need to activate this first before we can use it. And then that. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Get used to seeing a lot of times where the hand's gonna pop up for us to poke things, because, like I was saying before, the Wii game, they love their motion controls. So, we'll be doing a bunch of that. I needed to read that number. 13576. 13576. Yep. You can also get an easy scan of Hunter Gore, capable of merging cybernetic body into larger mechanisms. Of course. More or less, this is a decontamination scanning procedure. Make sure you're not bringing in anything you shouldn't be. with you into the bridge.
Pull that lever toward you to enter the containment area.
Yeah, I'll do that when I'm done scanning everything. You just calm yourself, Mr. Marine. Everything is fine. I'm just absorbing all of your information through my eyeballs. Samus, you've been here dozens of times. You know all of these things. No. Scanning it all anyway. It's fine.
Please step into the containment area to begin the security scan.
Which, don't get me wrong about the motion controls, by the way. They were actually really satisfying. At least from my perspective. As a teen. I think I was still a teen by the time this came out and I played it.
Identify as bounty hunter Samus Aran.
It was more or less brand new when I played it.
Please approach the scan terminal.
We would have also seen this on the ship if I'd fiddled with all the things on the ship. Because Samus, of course, has a health scanner of her own on her ship.
Scan complete. No hazardous material detected. Samus, you are cleared for the command bridge.
Now we can do this. Is how these would work if you had the actual motion controls, is you would have to pull the Wii mode away, turn it, and then put it back in through actual motion. Which, as those of you who've used the Wii know, not exactly guaranteed success even though you do it right, but it's a neat idea. Like, I respect the idea of the motion controls across the board. The practice of them is what ends up getting a little finicky. Is when it's working well, playing things like Red Steel and games like that, felt close to how it feels to do things in VR now, just a little less immersive because you don't have the view all around you. But as a quick recap of the first two games, for anyone who wasn't here to see them or has never played them, first went down to Talon 4, found Chozo Ruins, meteor had hit the planet, put phase on everywhere, which is poisonous to most things, but gives great power to those that can sustain contact with phazon. Space pirates were experimenting with it. We encountered it being known as Metroid Prime within the impact crater of that meteor, which was massively empowered by Phazon, who then absorbed a suit we had gained toward the end of that game, becoming Dark Samus, who we then defeated in Prime 2 while dealing with the issues on Aether, the planet which was split by yet another meteorite impact, conveniently, into a light and dark version of itself. The light path being inhabited by the Luminoth, and the dark half being inhabited by the Ing. We defeated the Ing Emperor at the end of 2, and then had to fully, in theory, fully destroy Dark Samus on our way out of the Dark Temple in Aether. And that's what brings us to our current point. We've been called to Federation areas over here in order to talk about a new crisis that has come up. Because, you know, space pirates be space pirates. They're gonna keep causing trouble everywhere. So there's a problem somewhere we gotta deal with. As to what any of that is, we haven't been told yet, so we'll figure that out in a minute. Don't get me wrong, that is an incredibly short form explanation of everything that's happened up to this point, but that's the main bits we need to know right now. I'll explain more detailed things as we encounter them.
You're good to go. Admiral Dean is...
If I tried to talk to him to get past him before saving, they would have chided me and said, no, go fully charge yourself and make sure you're good before you go talk to the Admiral. It's like, well, fine. But I figured it'd save us time. Go save first and then do the thing. I should have stopped in the doorway and scanned these people, but it'll be fine. I'll let this cutscene play itself. Dun dun dun. There's two of me.
Andreda, enough.
Yeah.
Looks like everyone's here now. Before I begin the briefing, let me introduce 242, the flagship's Aurora unit.
An organic supercomputer. Fascinating. It's my understanding that the Galactic Federation's core network is comprised of such units.
That is correct, Core. And we serve as the network's master control. However,
Do let me know if it's too quiet, and I will turn it up.
That seems inefficient.
but necessary. You see, 7 days ago, we discovered that all Aurora units were infected with an unknown virus. We were forced to bring the network down. Fortunately, our scientists were quickly able to devise a vaccine.
In fact, actually, let me pull up my OBS and have a look at the audio sliders myself.
Unit
as well.
242 was the first AU to receive the vaccine. We were able to completely purge the virus.
No, that looks okay. But either way, if somebody can't hear it, I will turn it up for them.
We believe the virus is of space pirate origin. 4 months ago, the GFS Valhalla went missing while on a training mission in the Klar Nebula. The ship's logs revealed that they were attacked by a space pirate raiding vessel.
What is the logic in disrupting a Federation training mission?
They're pirates. How could they resist a prize like that?
That never would have happened if I'd been there.
Then it's a shame you weren't. The pirates boarded the Valhalla and gained access to the ship's Aurora unit, 313. This is how they were able to hack into the network and plant the virus.
Thanks to our security protocols, we were able to shut down the network before the damage from the virus became irreversible.
But we're still vulnerable. If the pirates decide to launch a major offensive, we'd be hard-pressed to defend ourselves. We must rid the other AUs of that virus and bring the network back online. That's where you come in. We need you to deliver the vaccine to each of the AUs in this system. We'd also like you to investigate the pirates' activity in the area. You need to know what they're up to.
Condition red. All personnel to combat-ready stations. Repeat. Condition red.
Sir, a space pirate attack fleet has just warped
Looks
out
like
of
we've
Sunset
got bigger
Boulevard.
problems.
They're also heading for Sector 0, the planet's home base.
No, they're targeting the planetary defense system. Get down to the planet and aid the ground troops. Stop those pirates from disabling the defense system. Go.
Such emotion he puts into that. Don't mind me as I stare at the flashing lights before I go running off to deal with the problem. Uh-huh. The Aurora unit's not actually here. That's why we can't scan it yet. Yeah, I know there's an emergency. Scanning all your things anyway. What are you gonna do? Stop me? It gets us a good idea of the situation. As absurd as it might seem, by the way, I did read all of that. I just read very fast. So I apologize if people didn't get to read any of that, but none of it's critical.
Get your ship. We need you down on the planet. Until we get the fleet in formation.
Form of flying pile of space junk. All of these have changed because they're active. There's the ships at battle stations now. Oh yeah, we can scan the Admiral himself, too. Morphology. Fleet Admiral Dane, commander of the GFS Olympus, the flagship of the GF Starfleet. Not that I'm expecting to come under any threat, but I'm gonna go into the save point anyway, just to make sure if it crashes or anything, we don't have to go through the cutscenes again. Because we won't be encountering our first serious threat for a little bit. You absolutely can die along the way, don't get me wrong. I just don't anticipate dying to it. Game had a moment there, not sure why. Didn't happen last time, but streaming will make things act differently. There's some pirate meat shields. Some more pirates. Scan the raiding ship. Vehicle, space pirate boarding pod. These light craft are used to pierce the bulkheads of larger ships by slamming into them. I don't think it's possible to save that guy, but I always try. Because I think those walker tanks are just durable enough that you can't pop them immediately. You have to pop them basically immediately. No, and they were doing so well. Oh well. Guess we're not going that way. Which, that thing I scanned, you could shoot that before it closes automatically. And that might actually save that one trooper. Usually, since I go to scan things first, it ends poorly for him. Yep, we got some bigger boys now. And we're gonna play some football. They're gonna try to run away with that stupid power core. And, you know, throw it to the guy who's right in front of Samus, who is also not wearing any armor. Because that's gonna end well for the guy who goes in front. Yeah, these are armored militia. They're just a little more durable. The slightly less expendable variant of pirate militia. Gimme. Son of a bitch. That, thank you. Now we we can put it back and get this back running again so we can keep going. As good as it is for that to be available for replaceable parts, I have some serious questions as to why they have a vulnerability like that in their system. Boop. Especially given the space pirates' capacity for boarding. Oh, that's not ideal. Turn power back on, receive tiny robots. Mechanoid, crawl mine, mobile explosive of drone, detonates on contact. And of course they send some goddamn Walker tanks to back them up. Let's get him scanned as well. Mechanoid, crawl tank. Small mobile weapon platform, lightly armored, well armed. Keep population under control. There's our cue to get the hell out of here. But we're gonna have to clear the way first. I'm aware, game. I know how the morph ball works. A little busy right now. Later, fuckers. Went a long way around, but it's fine. Game, please. There we go. Meanwhile, combat is happening up above us. The other hunters are doing their job. We get a nice free energy tank just in the middle of the tube. Hopefully they won't miss that at all. And we get fired out of what is essentially a railgun, for reasons. Override the local security, which is probably this. Yep, there we go. Turn off the garbage disposal and get the hell out of here. We do have the spring ball available for those wondering, but I prefer to just bomb jump to things just because that's what I'm used to from the first two games. There are going to be places where a spring ball will be necessary and very useful. We float through space. Good thing we can breathe in space. of that nonsense. Weird to me healing. There's something down there. Hang on. What's that? Oh, right. The debris. Just casually destroy those walker tanks like they don't even exist. And that is something we're gonna need. Because for some reason we don't have our missile launcher right now. We should be taking that. I don't think there's anything behind this. No. Now we can use the panel properly. Beep. Oh, that's the end of that guy. Now we've got a bit of a problem. Because this fight's a little bit different than most. Mechanoid Arrow Mine. Flying anti-personnel unit drops shield to fire weaponry. Basically, one will open its shield at a time to fire at you. You just basically have to track the one that's going to fire and take it out. It's not difficult, but it is trickier than just running around blasting everything in sight to keep it out of your way. It is by no means a boss fight, but it can get you if you're not paying attention. Alright, I think I just used this panel. Brain was trying to overcomplicate what I needed to do there, and it's like, no. Can't scan my ship yet. Gotta deal with a problem. Specifically, a real big problem. Pirates are just pulling some slightly heavier firepower in here. Look at the walk on this guy. He knows he's fucking strong. Morphology, Berserker Lord. Phasite plating on its head can only be destroyed by projectiles it fires. Just gotta pop the shoulder pieces to make him vulnerable. And he'll get mad and start throwing the projectiles you can knock back at him. Then he'll recharge his shoulders, and you repeat process more or less till the fight's over. You'll notice that as long as you don't sit in his laser, it really doesn't do a whole hell of a lot of damage. There you go, now he's been popped open. Now you can actually do damage to him. And I honestly say that the fight's over at this point, because if you look at how his health's dropping, he really is a non-issue at that point. You just tear right through him like he's nothing. Discord, what are you on about? I see a notification on PC side, but I don't see a notification on my phone. I'll check that once the scene's over. There we go, Berserker Lord defeated. Scan our ship before we get in. Hunter class gunship, entering it will allow you to recharge, reload, and save. Quick, let me check. Okay, that just wasn't registering as a notification. Okay. Discord's just being weird. Save and enter ship. Because we're gonna have a new mechanic to the trilogy coming up here in a second. Launch the ship. We can actually use the ship to go places. As opposed to it being just another save point on the map, you actually use the ship for what a ship is meant to be used for. Getting places. And God, do I wish we had the ability to call the ship like we can in here in the rest of the series. Because that would make things so much easier. And more convenient. But of course, that's why we didn't have that, was because it would be too convenient. Because you could bypass a lot of challenges just by flying the ship over them, if it worked that way. But now we're landing in the middle of a war. Good thing we're here to win it.
Stand to, Samus. Our situation doesn't look good. The pirate attack has knocked out our generators and disabled the planetary defense system.
Real fragile planetary defense system if it's that easy to just knock out the generators and screw it up.
Only weapon capable of taking out orbiting ships. We need you and the other hunters to get the generators back online and restore power to the cannon so we can repulse this assault. I'm uploading the generator coordinates to you now. Good hunting.
Wouldn't it be quicker if you just sent the hunters up to the main in-threat ship and just have us knock the ship out instead? Doesn't matter. Mark 12 Hydra multi-turret. That's gonna be important, by the way, the fact that those marked locations the ship can land, because you can only bring the ship to specific locations. I will say, the rail cannons seem to be doing a great job of dispensing with the little ships. Would you look at that? The Grapple Lasso. That's a logbook entry. I think is that button? Yeah. So, located on the fringe of the Federation, the planet Norian is of great importance. The military maintains a strong presence in the sector, and the base on Norian is often the first line of defense against enemies that operate outside of Grand Federation space. Originally a barren orb incapable of sustaining life, a sophisticated terraforming project designed by Aurora Unit 486 has turned Norian into a hardy forest world. Now we've got one of the first gimmicks we're going to be dealing with for combat, the Grapple Lasso. It has a couple travel and puzzle uses as well, but the main annoying gimmick it has is for combat, and we'll get into that in a minute. Which, it's not used excessively that I remember, so it's not bad. But I'll explain my thoughts on that a little further when we get to it. You know, I saw those bridges break, and yet brain didn't process the fact that I was about to step into a hole. Now, that's another case of it would normally be motion controls, but I have a button that I just press and release and it'll work. Biosigns negative. Target is suffered numerous energy burns. Energy source phase on. Because pirates do love their phase-on. Just manual override. Fragile if cold-hearted. Yoink. Eliminate any enemy presence, huh? What enemies? I see no enemies. I see lots of dead people and no problems. Grenade. Jovian Steel. Okay, can't do a damn thing with Jovian Steel. A bad hit to the head and he just kind of died. Ah, it's you clowns again, okay. Those are a lot easier to deal with the mouse control I've been provided. I remember the lock-on being a little funky for targeting those properly. Because there are going to be certain things the mouse control I have will be significantly better for, and some things it'll be worse for. Because you'll absolutely still see me use lock-on, for example, when I need to dodge something. Because let me tell you, trying to dodge without the side dodge in these games, really not ideal. Ooh. That's a thing we want. I do find it kind of funny that they're just using energy tanks right now as a "hey stupid, go this way" tool. It's certainly a different way of going about finding that kind of stuff. You guys are really not having a great time. It's almost like using things that explode as cover is not a good idea. Map station. Logbook about Hunter Gore. There we go. Subject is a veteran of the Liberation War of Wutan and 7. Only 6% of subject's birth body remains... Sorry, hiccups. The rest is state-of-the-art cyberware. Despite his career in heavy cybernetic modification, subject is known for his high level of empathy and compassion. Gore is rather gentle and approaches situations logically, but is not the most skilled of fighters. Intel suggests he even has a sense of humor. Subject has often championed the weak, poor, and downtrodden, working for free or giving bounty money earned to the victims of his targets. Subject can merge his cybernetic body into larger mechanisms, including gunships and fighter craft. This merging will alter Gore's personality, and he will become incredibly aggressive and violent. Data indicates a high proficiency with computer infiltration and manipulation, high level of mechanical empathy with artificial intelligence. Data file, Hunter Rundus. Subject is a native of Phigus, a moon of planet Bes 3, known primarily for ice mining. The Phygrusian ability to manipulate and generate ice has come in handy in Subject's career as a bounty hunter. Intel suggests he enjoys hunting, to the point where he keeps trophies from all the targets he's successfully captured or killed in his career. Subject is proud, cocky, and arrogant, and considers him without rival in his field. That was the blue spiky guy who was talking a big game up in the meeting room. Gore was the kind of cybernetic guy we scanned already. Hunter file, Gandria. And I hit the wrong button. We'll just go open that log manually. Everything's fine. As soon as I remember where that log actually is. There we go. Subject homeworld unknown. Possesses metamorphic ability similar to the biomorphs of Jovia 7. Now, 12. Jovia 12. Can assume the form and abilities of most living things, including bioforms considerably larger than the target. Scans are unable to determine subject's age, but psych eval suggests a high degree of youthfulness. Intel suggests that bounty hunting is akin to a sport for her, one she enjoys considerably. Subject perceives the veteran hunter Samus Aran as her chief rival, a rival she intends to surpass as soon as possible. And that's why she was morphed as us when we entered there. Is she's a bit of a troublemaker. She's kind of got a bit of that anything you can do, I can do better mentality going on. Which, to a degree, she's not wrong, considering she can literally do anything anybody else can do by turning into them. The only real advantage anybody would have on her is the fact that they've, you know, lived in that body their whole life. Just go ahead and get that out of my way. That too. Keep all this damn junk out of my path. I hate those things. Goddamn little jumping mines. Mechanoid jump mine. Anti-personnel unit rises in the air and explodes once engaged. Thankfully, you can just shoot them. But I wanted to show off how they do things before I get rid of them. Just moving right along at a good clip so far. Remember what I was saying about don't use exploding cover? Yeah. This is why. Because exploding cover explodes. Oh, look at you, you can fly. Isn't that great for you? Morphology, Pirate Trooper, battle ready and vicious, crudely enhanced by Phazon. And there we have the gimmick I was talking about with the Grapple Lasso. Morphology, Shield Pirate Militia. Battle Shield deflects attacks, but can be pulled with the Grapple Beam. The wrong button. Yoink. Shielded enemies, you have to sit there and pause for a second to rip the shields off of them in order to really harm them. I think you could still shoot their legs, which will work fine for me with the mouse, but I don't know how well it would work for people playing on the original hardware. Morphology, Aero Trooper. Our jetpack provides aerial mobility, homing attacks recommended. Thank you for the follow, Ape Rides.
Hello there.
How's it going? Well, he had an awkward explosion. Oh, you're still not done yet, huh? Okay. Vehicle, Space Pirate ATC. A well-armed transport forward vent is vulnerable. Which is why they're gonna keep spinning it to avoid me being able to hit it. That's the end of that. Except it isn't. There's still more. There's always more. Turns out they brought a lot of ships. But that's why we brought a lot of hunters. Show off.
These pirates are more fragile than they appear. I just received word that the Federation is allowing all bounty hunters to use ship command devices. You should now be able to remotely command your ship and land it here. Don't forget to perform suit maintenance and data backup if you need. Generator A is just through those doors. While you head that way, I'll activate the generator on the west side. Between the two of us, this should be a breeze.
As much of a cocky bastard as he is, and how he comes off as a bit of an ass because he has to give you tutorial information, I like Rundus.
Data received.
He's one of those, he comes off as a bit of an ass, but he means well. Most of the time. May as well save right quick. Even though, as I said earlier, most of the stuff along the way here isn't much of a threat. You never know when emulation will fail you. this off its hinges. There we go. And now we're in the first generator room. You bastards. Well, that's gonna complicate things. They just wrecked this damn thing. Yeah, of course, power production's at 0. Rails are active. Get rid of that before I need to deal with that in a second. That's the button I need when I'm done. First, we have a bit of a problem. Should have scanned him before I blew him to hell. Because the other one's going to be kind of hard to scan, because they're going to start spinning around. Mechanoid Jolly Roger drone. Fast and fragile aerial drone fires bursts of phazon energy. Bye, and goodbye. As long as you lead your target, the Jolly Rogers aren't a bad fight. They absolutely could be a really bad fight if you're relying on lock-on, because the lock-on will not lead well enough when they're spinning. You have to wait for them to stop. Thankfully, this generator is very nice and easy to bring back online. Plasma generator currently offline. Probably has something to do with this big ol' hole land in the side of it. Can't imagine why that'd be a problem. I mean, I'm no engineer, but...
Samus, are you reading me? Something big is happening up here. What in the name of...
That's gonna be a problem.
Samus, it's heading right at you. That's why the pirates disabled the defense system. They intend to smash this thing into Norion.
Yep.
Get that cannon back online, or everyone down there is as good as dead.
Pretty much, yeah. Everybody's gonna die if that hits, or wish they were dead. That's pretty much the by and large about that whole situation. Because those that were here when I mentioned it originally, remember that the planets from the past 2 games were both hit by meteorites. Now consider the fact that that thing is very meteorite-sized and shaped.
All clear.
And that right there is a fancy new Federation suit. Morphology Federation PED Marine. Advanced armor suit is equipped with phazon enhancement device. Yeah. For better or worse, the Federation's using phazon now too. Because, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. Ignoring the fact that that's going to end badly. Kinetic rail can't be used with current suit abilities. Alright, I just spin. Bear in mind, there's always going to be minor confusion with some of the controls because none of it actually lines up because I'm not using a controller this time. So just bear with me when it takes me a second sometimes to understand how I'm moving something. So he said he was going to generator B, I believe. So I think we just need to go to C. Am I facing the right way? No. I immediately turned around and went the wrong way. As you can see, though, the Phazon enhancement devices are quite strong. It almost lets them be on par with us. The only problem being they don't really have any versatility to them. But at least they have a useful enough weapon that they are able to do something productive instead of just relying on us all the time. Ow, pain, ow, misery. Everything's fine. Yeah, you'll notice this door requires all of the generators to be online before we can go through it. There's another Berserker. Locked in hand-to-hand combat with Gore. As we previously established with the log, Gore isn't himself necessarily when he's inside a machine. Gets a real nasty attitude.
This one has finished bothering us. Go on ahead. I will stay here and protect the area. Proceed quickly to Generator C.
And reactivate the defense system before we're all vaporized. Go on, get out of here.
You'll notice the tone change as he transforms. Destroy power links to enable removal.
Our scans of the meteor have detected massive quantities of Phazon. It could be some sort of bomb.
Nope, their plan is to infuse the planet with Phazon so that it'll grow them more Phazon. White blast shield is invulnerable. Alloy is weak to extreme cold. Well, we can't do anything with that anytime soon. Not sure why I would destroy this debris, but if I can, I may as well. Didn't really amount to anything. Shit, I saw you. Let's see. That looks useful. Thing over here? Nope. Okay.
will enter the planet's atmosphere soon. There is no time to lose, Samus.
Well, maybe if you hadn't put so many damn doors in the way, we'd be there already. Just a missile. Okay. No? Oh. Yeah, bombs. When in doubt, bombs. Hi, Ridley. This segment right here is kind of annoying. Because you gotta wait for him to go for a bite, then you can bomb him, knock him back. You gotta do it a couple times. Meanwhile, his legs will damage you if you go a little too far to the sides, and of course the laser blasts he does will hurt too. Yeah, no matter how many times we think we killed this stupid bastard, he just keeps on coming back. Makes you wonder if they're just making new ones after a point. Down to down. I'll just take the hit just to get him out of my damn way. We are by no means done with him yet, though. Nor is he done with us.
Samus, I was able to get Generator B back online. If you need any help. Here they come again.
Even Rundus is getting a little tired of dealing with the pirates. Which is saying something considering he loves his job. More pirates on another generator. Oh no, treachery. Because of course, it's our transforming ally. Trying to show off.
Gray is definitely not my style. Machines aren't my thing either, so I'll let you get this generator back online. Thanks, Sammy.
And that right there is a good showcase of her attitude. Like, I genuinely think they did a good job of presenting the other hunters in this. They stand out well enough even though you don't get much screen time with them so far. Even if they're not necessarily designed to be likable characters. Honestly, that's a good question. It's probably going to be minimum 4 hours, so another 3. It might go as long as 5 or 6. Really depends on how well my energy holds up. When in doubt, VODs will always be there, and the VODs will always go up on YouTube the next day.
Samus, our efforts to slow the meteor have failed. You must hurry.
I always get dropped at least once trying to cross that section. Not gonna forget to activate this one this time. Last time I went the other way first and didn't come back. Ah, excellent. Glad to hear it. There we go. That's the whole bridge assembled. Now we can just ride this rail over to where we need to go. I'm glad they put railings on this. Just crossing a janky mess like that with the morph ball camera and controls would be an experience I would not want to have. Oop. Frame rate's dying a little. Hi, Ridley. I see you're here to cause more trouble. You ever get tired of doing this, Ridley? Because I know I have. And now we've got a bit of a flying fight here. As we descend this tunnel, we gotta defeat Ridley.
I'm in danger!
Maybe a little bit. Morphology, Meta Ridley. Durable armor skin, protects body, fires plasma attacks from mouth. As it says, you gotta aim for the mouth. It's the only vulnerable part of his body now. But good luck getting to do it that much, because he's gonna blind you a lot with his shots. Which makes this fight kind of annoying. I think it is possible to fail this if you take too long as well. There's also these kind of quick time event-ish segments where you gotta shoot these spots before he does whatever it is he's trying to do. You hit those spots enough and he'll recoil and let you go eventually. Either dodge those or shoot them down. I prefer to shoot them down just because it's more guaranteed success from my perspective at the very least. You ain't gonna backhand me. I was pretty sure you could, I just never managed to fall that far and I wasn't curious enough to test it. Oh yeah, you can hurt yourself by bouncing off the walls, by the way, so be a little cautious coming down the tube, because you are going very fast. Got it. I was hoping he was going to open in time for that shot to get to him. Turns out it worked. And of course, we get a nice catch out of here thanks to Rundus.
Flawless victory.
Now, I think saving our lives by activating 2 out of 3 generators more than evens out you pulling me out of a damn tube. Especially since he leaves me to activate it, which is just walk over and push a damn button. Yeah, that's all 3 generators back online, so we can fire the cannon to deal with the incoming missile.
Attention all personnel. Meteor impact will occur in 4 minutes. Samus, all efforts to stop the meteor have failed.
Shocking.
Now that the defense system is back online, we must get to the control.
Needless to say, we're gonna have a few hurdles in our way before we get to that. And it's getting awful close.
Samus, all efforts to stop the meteor.
It's gonna keep repeating that till we get there, by the way, so I'm just not gonna interact with that dialogue any further. I know it's not ideal having it on screen, but it is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. It also gets in the way of me using my map, so I'm just gonna have to remember the path. Which thankfully is pretty easy. Away so I can actually use the damn map again. We need to get over here, I think. Now that's where generator B is. We need to go to that side. Go up the elevator. Because that big door that needed all the generators should be open now. Of course, we gotta deal with these little bastards first. These doors aren't doors. You know, no pressure. Meteor's about to kill us all in 2 minutes. Everything's fine. Everyone's just counting on me. Well, and the rest of the hunters, of course.
We were about to leave you behind.
The meteor is approaching faster than you think.
Well, maybe if Runda stuck around and took me with him, we'd gotten there quicker.
We're the good guys. Justice will prevail and all that stuff. Right, Samus?
Here, let's
I wish you were right. I really wish you were right about that. That's gonna be a problem. Because guess who? Dark Samus isn't dead. Never is fucking dead. Back stronger than ever. Because you'd think 4-on-1 would be bad odds. Except for that. Four of the Galactic Federation's strongest fighters dropped in one blast. Of course, they should have finished the job. But that might not be the point. After all, Dark Samus and the pirates weren't working together previously. Who knows if they've started now? I do appreciate the fact that it didn't make noise when we were looking at it from space, but when it switched to the view from the planet, it made noise. It's a nice touch. One month later. A
She's coming
real
too.
long nap.
Can you hear me, Samus?
I could go for a month-long nap.
Vital signs are stable. Welcome back, Samus. You've been asleep for quite some time. A month, to be exact. We feared we'd lost you.
It's not the first time I've been unconscious for a long period of time. You'd think you guys would be used to this by now.
Thanks to your great work, Norian is now safe. At the end of the battle, we found you and the other hunters all unconscious. Our medical examinations then yielded surprising results. Your bodies are now, somehow, self-generating Phazon.
Yep. That's a blessing and a curse in and of itself. We make our own Phazon in our bodies now.
What's even stranger is that there are no negative effects to your health. This led us to investigate if we could make effective use of this Phazon. During the invasion on Norian, you must have noticed some powerful troopers in new suits. They were wearing what we call Phazon Enhancement Devices, or PEDs. We integrated this same Phazon Enhancement Device into your armor while repairing your damaged bodysuit.
I can't help but notice you put a bit of a Federation logo there. Not the biggest fan of that, but, you know.
Phazon pumped to their weapons from an external backpack. This gives them an extra boost in firepower. But in your case, think about it. With this Phazon coursing through your body, you can fuel the PED using your own internal energy. Pretty effective, don't you think? Why don't you try the PED now?
I have some questions about using my own life force as a projectile.
Seal the room. Initiate PED program.
Recharging energy reserves.
Because as you see there, we have to give up one full energy tank of health in order to activate the Phazon shots. But it's very akin to the hyper mode we went into at the end of Prime 1. It's very powerful. But I would absolutely say only use it in emergencies.
Noticed during this test that hyper mode possesses devastating power. Over the past month, we've learned the hard way just how powerful our enemies are. To deal with them, you'll need the firepower of the PED suit. Make good use of it. Now that you are familiar with the workings of the PED device, the Aurora Unit 242 would like to meet with you. There are many pressing matters to discuss. The AU chamber is located just off the command bridge. You'd better get going. Good luck. Oh, and one more thing. After 25 seconds, the safety feature automatically ends hyper mode. You'll have to keep paying attention.
Yeah, you can't just indefinitely hyper mode. Probably would fry the suit or some nonsense like that. It's not a half bad design on the whole, though. Now, when you activate it, it takes away the health container immediately. It just doesn't have any further effects after that, and it just automatically ends after the timer, if I remember right. See, as soon as it activates, it's gone, and if you don't fire it, yeah, you're right, it doesn't drain the time. And I think you can deactivate it without actually losing the health. but you'll notice that sound going off. It'll automatically deactivate after the timer ends anyway. Huh. Okay, I did actually get the health back, but we did pick up health on the ground as well, so that might have counterbalanced it. Because I seem to recall while you're in hyper mode, a lot more health drops as well. So it's not generally too dangerous to use. I just prefer not to use it. I, again, don't like the idea of throwing a health bar into a tank to fire weapons stronger. But there are definitely times where you're going to need it. Go ahead and save so we don't have to go through all that dialogue again. Of course, we're back on the ship we were on before. So thankfully, we know the way out. With less pirates and explosions this time. Which is in some ways disappointing. Apparently they didn't fix that door, though. Oh wait, we need to meet with the Aurora unit first, right? That's why we can't leave. That's behind the big door over here.
Samus, you made it. Glad to hear you're feeling better. You've been cleared to enter the AU chamber. Please proceed through these doors and up the lift. The Aurora unit is expecting you.
Subject status, Baron, entering AU lift area. Security clearance 5 granted.
Clearance confirmed, G5. Opening chamber vault.
It is nice that they have some security for their incredibly vital little machine here. But I feel like they should have more guards. 'Cause what if I turned evil? I could just waltz in here with my security clearance, blast these two guys, and just absolutely wreak havoc. Yeah, it looks like that is the case with that one, but like I was saying, if you pick up health along the way, you refill what you used anyway. Because when we came out of it after that test there, we had the full energy tank back anyway. So as long as you're smart about picking up enough to refill, you should be good no matter how many times you use it. But refresh my memory, can you take damage while doing that? I believe so.
Welcome, Samus Aran. Let us begin. Time is most critical. During the attempted pirate invasion of Norian, it was confirmed that two nearby planets were similarly attacked. These planets were named Rio and Elysia. These Leviathans have impacted and embedded themselves deep into each planet, spreading a virulent phazon carried inside their bodies. The Leviathans must be destroyed.
I think I just assumed when I was playing this when I was younger that I could be hurt while using it, so I always was unsure of using this. This is my second time playing it at all. And hey, Xeno. Okay. Have a good night. Yeah, I've never actually finished Prime 3, as I said before. Ew. I mean, it could be as simple as you slept on it bad, now it's all kinds of fucky.
Two weeks ago, we dispatched runters to Brio,
Yeah, it could genuinely then be as simple as you just twisted it wrong or slept on it bad. But either way, hey, hopefully you can sleep well in spite of it.
Gore to Elysia. While Andreda was sent to locate the space pirate stronghold. Like you, they were outfitted with PED devices in order to confront this new threat. We lost contact with all of them 7 days ago, and fear the worst. In their absence, we need you to travel to these planets and finish their missions. The closest planet is Brio. This will be your first objective.
That's fair.
Please be on the lookout for any clues that might help us understand what happened to Runtus and the other hunters.
I wander from game to game too much, especially when I was younger. I never finished much of anything. I've gotten a lot better about it in recent years, which is why I'm going back and finishing all the stuff I never finished when I was younger. Because the whole Prime series is really good, and I just never finished any of them as a kid, so I've been fixing that.
Good luck.
Also, gotta love how they're sending just us to go solve whatever took out 3 other hunters. Because that's a good idea.
Samus, the fleet is now moving to the rendezvous location. You will no longer be able to dock with us from this point forward. Rest assured, we will keep communication lines open and supply you with information when necessary. Good luck on Brio.
Appreciate the lurk. I mean, if anyone might be confused why there's some bits missing off the chat overlay, that's because I couldn't resize the box art to fit it nicely. So it is covering the very bottom of the chat box. But as things go along, all of that will reveal itself anyway, so not a big concern. Nice. It's always good to manage to finish something you couldn't for a long time.
Samus, the Leviathan seed is protected by an energy shield. You will not be able to reach it with that barrier active. We need more data to determine how the shield
Oh
can
no.
be disabled.
No. I don't have sufficient knowledge to do this 100% without it being a huge pain, and I don't intend to use guides to do it either. So I'll be getting whatever I come across, and if I feel I need to get more, I'll go back and get more. But I'm just gonna let this flow naturally.
If you can use the satellite uplink on the ship, you may be able to access information concerning the seed. Prepare to receive the ship's coordinates now.
Besides, it's nice to leave a little something for other people to find. As I said, I didn't finish it. I played, I believe, about halfway through the game, and then so much else happened and came out that I didn't end up finishing it. 'Cause I'm one of those people that I'm very easily distracted. No matter how much I enjoy a game, I can end up wandering off. You're fine, don't worry about it. Twitch could easily have buffered in the middle of me explaining that, or any number of things. Morphology, Gragnol. A lack of exoskeleton makes it agile but weak to most weapons. Weak, they say, uh-huh, sure. Ah, it's a hopper nest, okay. Oh, that's inconvenient. Statue does not appear to be attached. Okay. Yoink. Yeah. I do remember hearing that, and that is fantastic news, considering the issues with missable scans and such in the first two. Yeah. You had the same problem with Prime 1 as well, because there was at least one missable scan very early on, and then there was another one, I think, like halfway through that you could miss and 100% go straight out the window. Not sure why the frame rate's kind of freaking out here. It was running fine when I tested things up to this point. Literally today. Probably just a little grumpy because I'm streaming it. There we go, it's cleaning up. And it's gone again. That's fine. We'll work around it. It makes the music get a little bit crunchy, but it's running well enough that I can still work with it. Fine. Why am I getting pinged on Twitter as well? While I'm dealing with this. There we go. Interesting how we have so many people encased in ice. I wonder why this happened. Of course, it can't be a Metroid game without bats. Oh, would you look at that? There's just a missile expansion up there. Can't go anywhere that way right now. Now, of note, I have actually done this particular section somewhat recently. My memory is a bit fuzzy either way. But an important thing to note is, unless I ask for help, just let it be. I'll get there. Not sure why the frame rate got that mad there. Computer doing something stupid? Might be doing something stupid. Morphology Phazon Night Barb. Group forms powerful attack, but it can be overloaded to destroy them. Pop. Come on, go ahead and do the thing. Do the thing. There we go. Problem dealt with. I should deal with this thing I can grab before I go any further. Of course it fell now. Walked across it one time too many. Was a little too slow on the draw that time. Thank you for pointing out the fact that I forgot to put a cooldown on that. I'll stretch after I deal with this. But really, it's a lot less effective when you stretch multiple times quickly, you know? Round and round they go. Where they stop, nobody knows. You're another one. There it is. Ooh. Wrong button. Another missile expansion. Behind that, so we're gonna have to melt that before we can get in there. It is just now hitting 5 p.m. here. Or because I'm over in Eastern time. This isn't the door I opened. Okay. Understandable. Always happy to have people drop by, whether they can stick around for a while or not. Any amount of time is appreciated. Ordinarily, I'd be starting about 4 hours before for this. And tomorrow I'll be doing more of this at that time. I should have scanned those before I shot them, but we'll find more. Morphology, shellbug. Attacks by firing phazon spines. Soft body is vulnerable to attacks. I mean, there's been phazon signatures in most of these. I don't know why you're calling that one an abnormality. Fair enough. I don't have a ton you can use those points for still, but I'm gonna make more redeems eventually. Morphology, hopper. Attacks with razor-sharp talons, pounces from a distance. And ordinarily there would be a camera down in that bottom right corner, but my camera has died, so we'll sort that out eventually. Morphology, Reptilicus Hunter. Our target can generate a personal cloaking field around its body. Good. Oh, look at you with your laser whips. Down. See, being invisible doesn't help if they don't move. Alrighty then, sleep well, and I appreciate you taking the time to be here. Okay. Interesting that it specifically says we're unable to activate it with current abilities. Specific input to unlock. Ah, okay, I think something along the lines of something like that, probably because of the fact that you'll note 4 of those are imprinted more. Just don't know what order. Though, there's also those panels over here we can rip off. Not that we can actually make use of that information right now, really. Ah, this is meant to be used for a grapple point, so no point in going there yet. To no one's surprise, I went the right way the first time and second-guessed it immediately. Telluric alloy? Okay. As we learned in previous games, telluric alloy can be bombed. I could probably bomb jump my way up to that. My bomb jumping is still terrible, but we might be able to figure something out here. No, I don't think I can quite bomb jump to that. I might be able to do something using the spring ball and bomb jumping, but I feel like this is going to be more trouble than it's worth. It's also just a missile expansion. Do I even care that much right now? The answer is not really. We'll come back for that when we're actually supposed to have that. As usual, we go around just ruining the places we're at in order to get the job done. Just breaking everything. Okay, we don't ignite it that way. Aha. The grapple will beam quite early, which makes sense since we already had half of it thanks to the Grapple Lasso. Now it'll interface with the points we can hold on to. And I do remember the grapple swinging feeling better in this one. Ah, okay. I'll come back for that in a bit then. Alrighty. That means I just break everything. Yep. And yep. Yep. Probably didn't even have to break half of that because we could have just gone in the hole. But it might have blocked me anyway. Zero trust. Of course, this just leads back. But I don't think there's anything else over there we can do at the second anyway, aside from potentially going in there and getting that. But it's also not a high priority. Hi. Yeah, you are different. Hang on. Hold that thought. Ah, Morphology Reptilicus. Teleports across short distances, highly aggressive and territorial. Okay. Goodbye. Okay. Ah. That's some low-hanging fruit I'll take. I got turned around, I think, doing that, though. No, we are going the right way. Of course, now we've got just Reptilicus wandering around everywhere, it seems. That. Oop, game. Game, please. Morphology Night Barb. Generates protective energy field. Contact with field is dangerous. Interesting that they reused the Night Barb name after we encountered those in Dark Aether. I am once again going the wrong way. I wanted to get to the grapple point leading to the ship, which is over here. It is nice that you get the grapple beam nice and early in this one, though. Makes traversal a lot easier. Alloy again. This, I presume, will eventually lead to that missile expansion we saw. God damn it, game. Now, I guess this isn't active yet, so we can't actually use that. Okay. Probably activates somewhere around here. I see these things are still around. Morphology Atomic. Corporeal energy that slows explosive segments of its form. It used to be called Bamus, and then it became something else, and now it's apparently an atomic. Clamp locks in place. Explosives may damage them. Okay, I have to shoot the right spot. Yep. Could you not? Could you happen? No, you're not vulnerable to missiles either. Ah, you're still pulled just like the other ones too. Great. It is... Okay. Really seems like a weird angle to be pulling these and having that work, but... You do you, video game. What? Do I need to specifically do the right pairs? Yeah, okay. Don't see why it would really matter, but again, you do you, video game. Ah, some kind of solar power, I assume. Might it be a lightning rod? Satellite interface unit is powered. Ah, satellite. Option C. Yes, yes, you're gonna keep bombing me the whole time I'm trying to do this because you're a nuisance. pink ball of annoyance. Map, get. Okay, now we're aware of other landing sites as well. That's where the seed is, Fiery Air Dock, Thorn Jungle Air Dock, and of course we're at the Cliffside Air Dock. Good to know, good to know. Objective completed.
Samus, the satellite data has revealed two distinct energy signatures. They must be supplying power to the seed shield.
Couldn't have guessed that one.
If these targets are eliminated, the shield will be removed.
Really? I thought it would have made it stronger.
We are uploading the location of each energy signature and nearby landing sites.
Already received that information. This is a little more obtrusive than the hint system in the previous two games, but at least it's more direct in telling you what the information actually is. Morphology, gel puffer. Consumes and emits fuel gel fumes. Fumes explodes when ruptured. Looks like we're not going this way yet. Which is not a surprise considering they were just telling me, hey, go somewhere else. But you never know when you might find something good if you just poke your head a little bit further than the game wants you to go. Guess we'll have to come back for that. And if we don't have to come back for it, I'm wrong. It's fine. Like I said, this isn't 100%. And if I feel like I'm going to need a lot more missiles, at least I know where they are to come find them when I need them. I'm not against backtracking. Uh-oh. Now that hopper nest comes into play, huh? Okay. Couple big angry hoppers. I'm assuming you're alphas. Yep. Morphology, alpha hopper. Spits venom at prey from a distance. Uses talons in close range battle. Let's get you both on one side of me, shall we? Focus one down so they can't surround me. It'd be basic predatory behavior to try to surround your prey. Don't need hyper mode for these things, they're weak. Unless they mean for me to hyper mode the nests down, perhaps. Yeah, they seem to keep respawning, so maybe I do need to destroy the nests. Or not. A little bit of patience pays off. Let's see. Which way am I facing right now? Okay. I knew I went around in a lot of circles dodging them, so I needed to make sure which way I was going. save. We're wearing the Varia suit already, so fiery air dock might not be a problem. Depends on what we find there. I'm gonna go there first because that's the one that he showed us first. And I would assume there's a reason for that. But you might be able to do these in any order, and I wouldn't be surprised if you could approach them at least somewhat in whichever order you'd rather do. Grisian-class gunship. GF records identify pilot as Rundus. The engines are still warm. So Rundus is close. Or at least whoever's piloting his ship now, whether it's him or not, still close. Scan. Gladiator and the Primal's armies. Okay. Structural Gragnol Hive. Scans indicate no activity. Hive is abandoned. Well, to no one's surprise, Gragnols have hives. Fuel gel. Got it. Ah, okay. You light that up and it spins. Spin. That's kind of cool. Not efficient, but stylish. Maybe it's my inner pyromaniac that just enjoys the fact that it uses fire. Stoneworks represent Wanel I, the third empress of the Kluklum dynasty. Okay. Now, I've got a potential spam call that is making my phone vibrate at me. Oh no. If it's important, it'll go to voicemail. If anything that gets flagged with potential spam, I tend not to pay it any mind. Game, please. Why can't I scan that? Send help. Okay. Ow, my feet. I guess I'm too low, so technically it's out of range, perhaps? Or not. Not sure why I can't lock onto those to pull them. I guess I have to be up there to do it. Pumping system. It's been a long time since I've gotten a phone call, actually. Hi, boys. How you doing? I get that you want me dead, but could you not kill my frame rate in the process? I'd appreciate that. Apparently they were just the straw that broke the camel's back for the frame rate in this room. Okay. Knockout support structure, pipe go boom. Got it. Missile expansion. A lot of ice involved here, so presumably we'll have to go around that. We'll need to be up there before we can pull the pipe down. It's a good thing those things lock in place, otherwise once those fires go out, that would be a problem. Presumably we go this way. Okay. Brownian data translated. Entry, Age of Schism. In time, the wonders of science were not enough for those who held the primal traditions in their hearts. The warnings of the Chozo to seek balance between old and new ways were not heeded by the lords of science, myself included. We forged on, ignorant of the rage in the hearts of the primals. The time came when Siphimus, first lord of science, denounced the primals and their traditions in the center of the royal city. It was as flame to a dry forest. The age of science ended, and the age of schism was born. You really gotta wonder why they just kind of hit the keyboard with their forehead when they make some of those names. I guess it's because, you know, alien names are meant to be kind of unpronounceable. Okay, and this is where we're probably intended to learn that mechanic that Streamy Dreamy was talking about. Where we can float. That thing's gonna wanna eat me. I don't wanna get eaten. Yeah, I figured bombs would pop those. Okay, so at least that's easy to use, so we may want to check in on that missile expansion sooner than I had originally intended to. But there's also plenty of them around. So unless you're really hucking missiles about, I don't think it's too big an issue. Nope, there's nothing up there. I didn't think there'd be, but I was curious. That looks a lot nicer now that I've scanned it. Stonework represents Fin Kao, the second emperor of the Dinsha dynasty. Okay. Stick glass. What? Huh. Okay. Guess that needs like a super missile or something. Or just a bad angle. Hard to say. Because it does just say concussive blast needed, right? Okay. Yeah, to the base of the structure, which should be, like, right there. Unless maybe I need to hit it from this side? Oh, never mind. I see the rail clearly now. Never mind. You just need to bomb it, not missile it. The missile's where I'm going wrong. So we need to get in through the same place we were looking at before. We'd have to get in over here. But I don't think we can get past the ice. But we may as well try. It's just for shits and giggles. No, we can't fit in there anyway. What am I doing? We fit in through this one. But again, the ice is right there, so pretty sure, yeah. Bombs won't solve ice. We need some kind of heated up beam, I would assume. So I think... I don't know, there is a missile door down there that I apparently didn't see. So let's make sure I'm not... Make sure whether I'm blind or not on that one, and then we'll go to the thorny area and see if that's where we're supposed to be. Because I might just be blind. Okay, we're not technically in the room right now when we're in this section. Got it. Oh, right, there's another door down here. Maybe this is what I need. That looks promising. I mean, this less so, but... System based on archaic design. Okay. Ah, we just pull the lever. Game. There we go. Got to scan this last time we saw one of these, so I'll scan it before I blast it. What? Game mechanics? It's almost like using this stuff is dangerous or something.
Samus, we just received very abnormal readings from your life support systems. Are you okay?
It's almost like you using me as a goddamn experiment and is a bad idea or something.
We are downloading the diagnostic data from your suit to further analyze this situation. We will contact you again if we have any more information.
It's like, here, you're our only hope. Take this experimental thing that may very well kill you randomly. I run this. You look a little different these days, buddy. Fuel gel capacity to maximum. Fuel gel pump tower. Pull into place to connect the pump tower. Oh, god damn it. I just wanted to read. Oh, hi. Well, you're different. Morphology, Warpound. Teleports over short distances, vulnerable to cold-based attacks. Well, that's all well and good for them. We don't have those. When in doubt, pummeling will do. Frame rate, why? Durable bastards, aren't you? Okay, that's a very hefty slowing effect. Don't like that at all. Seems like most of the wildlife around here is adapted to use their fuel gel, which is concerning. Means this stuff's been laying around for a really long time. Either that or they forced adaptation on them, which is not a great idea either. Bryonian data translated. Age of War. In the beginning, the conflicts were small, out of sight for most on Brio. But they grew, slowly but as steadily as the coming of the sun. Diplomacy gave way to brutality, and war came to our world. The Lords of Science turned their minds from exploration to destruction and unleashed horrors unknown upon their primal enemies. In retaliation, the Primals turned to the darkest of ancient powers, cursing us, the Science Lords, and all who served our cause. Friends from the stars tried desperately to end the conflict, all in vain. The people of war would not be denied. Burning fuel gel is required. Oh, so that's all the same. There we go, that turns on the machine. Wakes up some bugs, because of course it does. Give that a good pull. Gonna need to morph ball through that at some point. Give it a little pump pump. Okay. Can I shoot through this? Sure can. Okay, so that gets that in motion. Give that a tug. Okay, so all that's hooked up. It's a hell of a thing how often we end up just being a damn maintenance worker in these kind of places. Oh, that's active. Grab ledge. That's different. I figured there'd be a morph ball slot or something down here. Guess not. So how do I get into this system in the first place, then? It must be back over in this other room and I missed it. Oh, right, this opened up when I moved the other one. Okay. Makes sense. Off we go. Now, having gotten over here, we can activate this one. Which presumably will lift that central tower further, giving us access to the next step and et cetera down the line. Morphology granule adult. Resistant to most weaponry, physical stress can destroy it. Ah. Just rip your damn tail off. Got it. Seems harsh, but you know what? These things are upsetting enough, I don't really mind. We probably can't interact with that grab ledge, if I had to hazard a guess. Then again, it just says jump forward and you'll grab it, so... hard to say. But I'm betting we're not meant to do that quite yet, considering there's things I can pull on. Yep, that seemed like a good idea. Let's just break everything. Can't argue with what works, though. I don't think I can... Nah. Wait, no, there's a ledge there, so... Nope. Can't quite reach it, though. Thankfully, it looks like these have an internal staircase, so we can just kind of get up the sensible way. When my jump actually jumps. Well. Okay, more than likely, as I do, I'm overlooking something obvious. It's certainly possible I just fucked up this jump as well. No, I'm hitting my knees on that, so I don't think that's the answer. Because usually you'd hit like your ankles more in terms of height, if that was where you were meant to be. Unless maybe there's more of an internal morph ball track I'm supposed to follow or something. Or, you know, I'm just blind, like I said. I knew I had to be overlooking something blindingly obvious, I just had to find it. Ow, pain, misery, woe. The hell with you, you little bastard. Okay, the way up is easy now. I know I could have just used Spring Ball to avoid that. But, for those wondering, the reason why I don't use Spring Ball that much is the same button Spring Ball is default set to in Prime Hack is also the same button that'll make all of the buttons up at the top active in spite of me bringing my mouse cursor up to them. So rather than have them do anything too stupid, I'll just use the bombs unless I absolutely have to use Spring Ball. Because the bombs do the job well enough. Just means waiting a second. And I could just change the button, and I very well probably will. I just need to figure out what button I want to move it to. And making decisions like that while my brain's kind of dead is a terrible idea. Because it will 100% backfire on me. There we go, now we can progress. Okay. ignite the fuel stream? Okay, easily disrupted if hit with a strong weapon blast. Okay, so we can temporarily make it spew fire. Presumably to give me time to cross. Also, this was probably a terrible idea, but it's the quick way across. Just a quick fucking hop skip through fire hell. What the hell was that? Hold up. Saw something jump out of the goo. Hold on, do it again. Doesn't look like it's gonna do it again anytime quick. Probably was reacting to my presence. That doesn't look good. I am not a fan of the place we are right now. Raw fuel gel, pouring through openings. We don't have any means of providing the extreme cold to stop that, so I guess we'll just jump through the goo. Morphology, gel bug. Phasite shell infused with fuel gel explodes when shot. Goddamn exploding popcorn bugs. That doesn't look good. Pirates are upset about what we're doing. Not that they've ever been particularly big fans of us to begin with. Oh, these are actual troopers, I think. Yeah, armored pirate troopers, covered with a thin layer of armor susceptible to explosive attacks. Okay. Missiles will do better against those. Got it. Coming in for another pass. Quite the entrance run, this. Hunter Rundus, reported to have gone missing during a Federation mission. Yeah, he's not on our side either anymore. lack of a better way of putting it, he's possessed. Morphology, Rundus. Ice armor protects body, but could be ripped off if he was stunned. Give me that. Okay, I'm gonna have to lock onto him and start using the dodges to not get frozen. Otherwise, we're gonna be here a while. Give me that. Where do you run off to now? Whoa. Hey, watch it. None of that. You are not the Silver Surfer, nor are you Iceman. Stop that. No, you are not doing that to me. No, you come down here and think about what you did. There's something really comical about the way he runs, too. I remember having a devil of a time with this fight when I was younger. I think it's just because of how goddamn tanky he is. I also probably didn't dodge nearly as much as I should have back in those days. Because that was a problem I ran into across the board with the Prime series, was not using the dodge enough. He is going to take a bit to kill, though. Absolutely is. No more armor. I meant to dodge, and instead I jumped. Oh, I don't like that. Actually, no, never mind, I like that. He made new walls for me to hide behind. Of course, it gives him cover, too, but, you know. It's more important that I have the cover than he has the cover. Probably gonna watch out for those. Yep, here they come from many angles now. It's okay, he built me plenty of fortifications to protect me from him, so... Not so much fun when you're the one getting kicked around, is it? It's amazing what a few years' experience will do for you in terms of how these fights go. And for those who are probably like, why isn't he using hyper mode? I could use hyper mode, but I'm not really under any threat and I'm in no hurry. Yep, looks like we're in the final little bit here. Whoa! Okay, that's a neat trick. You're pulling out of the last batch of party tricks now. Getting stuck on random shit. No. Whatever it is you're trying to do there, no. Bad rumbles. Now, I think he got his armor back already. No, he's still taking damage. Never mind. Just gotta play a game of dodge boulder for a bit. Yeah, no, he does have armor again. He'll stop moving. Yeah, that or just moving really slow. Probably because I am meant to use hyper mode at this point, so fine. Let's just end this then, shall we, Rundus? This seems like a bad idea to hit somebody who's infused with Phazon with more Phazon. Really just seems like it would just make him stronger. And, of course, takes himself out so we can't get any answers. But in exchange, we get ice missiles. Which is probably why there's been such a proliferation of missile expansions immediately. But on the bright side, we don't even have to switch to them. Our missiles are just ice missiles now. Which is why it was showing the same button as the missile button. Yep, that's what I figured would happen. I don't think I scanned you yet. Oh no, you're just shell bugs. Yeah, setting that on fire didn't seem like a great idea. God damn it. The slight wobble our missiles have can be a problem. Okay, that's not actually really a thing. Got it. Brionian data translated. Entry downfall. Look now to the time of battle, tribe against tribe. See fertile land swept clean of all living things by arcane nightmares or hellish blasts of science. See the giant stone Moganars do battle, destroying the land with their titanic blows, and hear the undying scream of a planet racked by darkest war. The battles raged endlessly, and the resources needed to sustain our war machines were great. Rio 02 had become a casualty of the war. The air was filled with the smoke of battle and the soil soaked with the toxins of pollution. Calamity after calamity visited the folk of Brio until a world once known for wonders became a scarred husk under the stars. Only a small region remained habitable, and to it the survivors went, bringing the war with them. Ooh. Shield generator status online. Inaccessible from current location. Unable to reach from the ground. Leviathan shield generator armor plating made of maldium. Armor integrity at maximum. And that's the shield over the Leviathan. Hey Pazzy, how you doing?
Clearly, this is the source of the energy signature we detected. This generator is supplying power to the Leviathan's protective shield. You will be unable to destroy the generator with your current weapons. You
Right.
must find a weapon capable of penetrating the generator's heavy armor.
Assume these ice missiles don't qualify, and of course the barrier's in the way anyway. You would almost think that we were meant to direct our ship to fire on it, since we pulled it up, exposed it, but apparently that is not the answer. Never hurts to clean up a little. I probably should be doing that myself soon. In some ways, the camera breaking down was a blessing in disguise, because now I don't have to worry about that immediately. Okay, can't do anything with that. Gotta break that open to get to that. Reactivates that. Which we don't need because we were already down there. But it's good to have that available. Let's see. We can go through that path now, but we don't really need to. We don't have the weapon necessary to open those other ones. Squirt is lighting up for some reason. Ah. So yeah, as you see there, if you drop an exploding shell bug on a pirate, he explodes. As one would expect. Enough of that. Oh god. I should have sealed that, but I was greedy. Takes a couple missiles, okay. Nom, nom, nom. Ah, okay. That connects to the other mouth we saw. Got it. Understood. Where did that actually spit me out? Oh, convenient. It's right actually back where we need to go to get out of here. Neat. I could turn around and probably do a little bit of stuff with the ice missiles, but I don't think we need to do any of that at the minute. I'll be back here once we have the other weapon anyway. We can clean all of that up then. Judging from current energy levels, I'll probably go another hour and then we'll call it. Because we're clicking along with pretty good progress so far. Off to the thorny jungle section. Realistically, I could go back to the main section and go get a couple missile expansions we saw. One of which I literally could have gotten and didn't understand the mechanic till after I walked away from it. But, eh. Unless we specifically need a shitload of missiles for something, I think we'll be fine either way. And I'd rather make more forward progress and we can do cleanup tomorrow. Since, unless tonight goes badly for me, we should have plenty of time tomorrow. Oh, look at you with your fancy phase-on infusion. Somehow I doubt you're so threatening in your hyper form that I can't just take you without going into hyper mode. Okay, maybe I have to. Fine. I'm pretty sure I needed that to blast this open anyway, so... 6 of one, half dozen the other. Through the ceiling. Ah. Problem go boom. Going up. Pirates doing stuff over here. The jamming beacon, huh? Ah, we can't call our ship while that's going. Moldium shows up again. Okay. They thought I threw myself off the cliff. Oh well. Hello, gentlemen. I'm here to ruin your day. And the ship just pisses off. Like, you know what? Nah. We don't need to deal with that. Good luck, boys. There we go. No more jamming signal. Oh, it's only temporarily off. Gotcha. I need to quickly use the command visor then? Ah. Gunship requires increased firepower for this command. Well, piss. Guess I took a wrong turn somewhere along the way. I needed to go a different direction. Specifically through this wall here. Oh, never mind, there's an energy tank in here. Very welcome addition, but now I have a question of where do I need to go? Ah! Just in time.
You may be able to use this facility to upgrade your ship.
Certainly hope so.
Coordinates to you now.
Okay, so we gotta find our way there. Looks like it's connected to that ice beam door over here. I mean, ice missile door over here in the Falls of Fire. Easily done. And the Falls of Fire, I'm pretty sure are over... God damn it. Yeah, the Falls of Fire over in the fire section. No, that's Cliffside. Good thing I checked, otherwise I would have flown off like an idiot. Launch the ship. Okay, it is an actual landing zone. We just don't have access to it because we haven't been there yet. Good to know. At least we'll then be able to fly away from there as soon as we get to it. I'm betting in this next hour we'll probably be able to finish this planet. Because considering the door we want to blow up is made out of moldium, and so is the Leviathan shield generator, most likely all of the above are attached to us using our ship to destroy them. And most likely we'll be getting what we need to do that right now. Oh, right. These are the ones I need to rip apart. Perish. Ow. sure I'm going the right way. Yep. We just gotta go on back through the ship. Back to where we saw that fuel gel. Actually, maybe I should... Hold on. Could you just not? I'm gonna ask politely. See? I've asked politely, and you exploded. Now. Pieces. There was the one thing in here we couldn't seem to do anything with. Oh! I don't think there was electricity in here when we were in here last time. Maybe now I can get the thing I was looking at over here. Ow, ow. Ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. The answer is sort of yes, sort of no. Oh god, it's coming down to crush me. Oh! No, I don't think we can get that yet. I think I need to magnetize to that, and we can't do that. Not as of yet, anyway. Right, because we turned the power in the ship back on. That's why that was active again. That makes sense. I pay attention, sometimes. Okay, we need to get across this. Which, thanks to our ice missiles, is just a short little hop, skip, and a jump nowadays. Ta-da! That's certainly one way to make a door. And an elevator. Okay. You know what? I respect it. Unknown surface type, designed to work with an advanced movement system. Looks like we get wall jumping back from the second game. Okay, big boy's getting fueled up. Got lizardmen jumping at me. Oh, it's actually to keep him from moving, not... Scale vines have a thick bark protecting their gel-soaked interior, vulnerable at the core. Bad dog. One down. Yes, I presume we'll do something involving Mr. Roboto over here. Ah, okay. His attempts to break free gives me an opportunity to break the weak points. So each time I activate this, it'll more than likely open a vulnerability somewhere. It's just up to me to shoot it. Stone? Goes this chain. Interesting that the hole in him disappears when the chain ends. It's a little weird. Okay, the leg is next. Oh, wait, no. I I think I did that wrong. No, I did that right. There was two different options vying for supremacy in my head. Either freeze it to get through it, or set it on fire to, like, make a weird jet stream blast the chain off. There we go. Because I was looking at that machine there and thinking maybe it would spit fire out for me. Of course, I'm still pointing at the screen like you guys can see my hands right now, but, you know. It is what it is. Yeah, that one just gets fried. And now, Big Robot Friend is free. Big Robot Friend can do whatever he wants. Or more importantly, whatever we want. Go get him, Big Stompy. Okay, I see two different uses for that situation. Specifically, there's a half-pipe shape up there now, and we have access to down here.
Samus, we have uncovered more information regarding your condition. It appears that once activated, the unique phazon inside your body overreacts after several seconds. We did not
Probably an
foresee
extended
this
chain
problem when
reaction.
We gave you the PED, and unknowingly, we put you in grave danger.
It's almost like you should have tested this further before you fucking slapped a machine on everybody.
We are sorry.
Sorry will not stop my cells overreacting and exploding.
Please be aware that it will not be possible to counter Dark Samus without the PED.
Joyous
You must
day.
be careful in using it. In the meantime, we will continue to investigate this unique phazon.
Okay. Dragonal Hive. Just get rid of that before anything happens. That'll break shit over there, causing him to drop his load. And smash his buddy over the head with it. Can't get him, but I got his hives. Now we'll get him. Makes you wonder how many of these were intended ways for people to get around in this place under normal circumstances. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that just froze them. I presume that that's not a problem I need to worry about right now, then. Which leaves me with the question of, okay, what the hell am I doing here? This seems like a bad idea. Nope, doesn't work. Okay, very good. So it must be something I need to hit, and I guess it is this pillar here. I just didn't quite see the thing that vine was attached to. And that's a chain reaction that breaks that. And down it goes. As I said at the beginning of this, bear with me, I'm a little brain dead right now. Things that would normally take me a few seconds to figure out are going to take a bit of study to get to. Okay, fine, I'll drag the missile to me. There's our landing site. We just need to unseal it. Ah. Missile racks for our ship.
Hostile life forms detected. Initiating security lockdown.
Now, hold on just a minute there. We are registered with the Federation. Why are we... Oh, never mind. It's not us it's registering. It's them. That just goes to show how much trust I have in their systems that I was like, did it really fucking break down and think I'm an enemy? God damn it. Instead, it's as usual, problems with the local wildlife. Who apparently are all ganging together to ruin my day. Because of course they are. You ain't going invisible. Ain't having any of that nonsense. Guys, that's what I figured. I needed to lift the control racks up in order to be able to climb it to get up to the control room. Just a matter of figuring out how I climb it. Beep. Okay, there's a ledge to grab here. Apparently the Gragnolls are small enough that they don't register as a problem. So that's good news, at least. It'd be real awkward if this whole system shut down and dropped me on my goddamn head. Here we go. When in doubt, manual override through violence. I was expecting to have to grapple lasso the switch and just rip the damn thing off. This is probably a better way of doing that. Now I presume I can use the command visor. Except I need to get down there first. Okay. Yeah, I figured I had to move all that crap back out of the way again. Bring the ship down, and then I probably need to put all that stuff back up so it'll do the work. Oop. Because, you know, you don't want to smash your ship into all of the equipment you're about to use. It'd probably be a little awkward.
Data received.
But I was also kind of hoping my autopilot was smart enough to handle that. But, you know, that's what you get for trusting machines. Oh. Boop. There we go. Now we can call for a bombing run whenever we feel it is applicable. Wait, stupid. Don't walk away. Just use the damn ship to get back where we're going. I was literally about to walk back to the ship after having parked the ship right next to myself. That should tell you all just where my brain is at this point. And that's why we're stopping in like half an hour before my brain fully melts out of my head. So now we can go back to the thorn jungle, crack open that wall, and then we'll go back to the fire area and go crack the shield generator. But I figure we may as well deal with the door first. It's probably a bigger problem. Because without being able to deal with the other shield generator, destroying one of them won't matter. Oh, you're gonna do this shit again, huh? Anybody else? Nope. Did you guys learn nothing from the last time I was here? The answer is yes, they didn't learn anything. I like go too early. There we go.
Data received.
Fuck 'em up, gunship. Haha, oh, hi. Berserker Knight. Phasite plating can be destroyed by the same phazon attacks and fires. And it's about to throw a man at me. Advanced Pirate Trooper. Armor resistant to beam attacks, vulnerable to explosive blasts, and being thrown by berserkers. Morphology Assault Pirate Trooper. Armor deflects missile attacks, vulnerable to beam weapons. Let's deal with you first then, sir. Ow. Preferably before your berserker friend throws you at me. Thankfully, I can multitask. Okay, you know what? I'm tired of you. Exceptions can be made. And I certainly was willing to make an exception for that guy. So otherwise he was probably going to take entirely too much of a beating.
Hello there.
Hello again. Welcome back to me doing still more of this. Why? Oh, these are different walking tanks. Ah, hyper mode tanks. Okay. That's annoying. Explode's still just as good. Something vitally important. Okay. I assume you guys are standard ones. Nothing really to worry about there. That might be something to worry about a little bit. Suppose that's why this is the jousting field. Oh, interesting. He was clipped into the floor for a second there. Morphology Korak Beast. Tongue and mouth are sensitive, belly sometimes vulnerable from the ground. Okay. Meanwhile, Pirate Hussar, rider of the vicious Korak, wields energy lance in combat. Okay. One moment. A little bit of a thorny situation to be stretching in. Okay, my intent is to aim at Korak. Next rider. There we go. One more rider. Okay, let's sort that stretch out before I forget. Might have overdone it a little bit on that angle. Ooh, that one stung a little. That's okay. I can work with it. Keyboard? There we go. Ah, there we go. The vulnerability on the belly's open. Not sure if that worked or not. Maybe I'm not going far enough under it. Or perhaps I'm misunderstanding what I'm meant to be doing there. Do I just shoot it? No. Shooting it's definitely not doing anything. Maybe I need to grab it. No, I can't grab it. Maybe I'm just in the wrong spot when I'm bombing. Bombing seems likely, considering it stomps around after it wakes up. There we go. That time I got a hit. And then I go for the tail, it looks like. I hyper-moded, I probably could have killed in one go there, but it's okay. Ah, I see now. I need to bomb him a couple times before it stuns him enough that I can get the tail. Got it. Now I understand. Just in time for him to be dead, I figured it out. Why the hell did he turn like that? Enough out of you. That's the end of that. You guys are a little late. More Jolly Roger drones. I thought I heard a third one. There's a fourth one, too. And a fifth one. Are we done now? You out of drones? Good. Oh, another one of these. Still don't know what the hell to do with them. Probably something I don't have. Team out anti-air cannon. Got it. Get a load from this side. Okay. Presumably can't open this one from this side either. Yep, no big surprise there. Okay. Let's go back and hit the save room while we know it's there. Just checking something right quick. Bear with me one moment. Okay, back to it. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess we can't actually do anything over here right now. We more than likely need whatever interacts with this in order to get us where we need to go. Oh. We just actually had to shoot that. It's a Simon game. Interesting that when I tried to shoot the other one, it didn't do anything. Unless maybe they're both under different circumstances, or I just didn't hit quite the right spot. By the way, it doesn't look like that's actually the solution to the problem here. Entry the Hunted. The Primals crafted new magics to protect their warriors and sent them into the burning wastelands to hunt the Lords of Science hiding there. Though we tried to avoid conflict, many Science Lords were found and ended by primal warbands. I was but the sole survivor, the last remaining Lord of Science. In order to protect myself, I adopted the wisdom once shared by the Chozo. I merged the ways of the new, science, with the ways of the old, magic. I built mighty Moganars out of stone and placed them outside the walls of my home, there to silently protect me from all enemies. Okay. Ah, okay, the barrier only really lights up when I'm next to it. That's why that's doing it. Okay. Oh, I'm just blind again. Hang on. I thought I needed to actually get around to lift it up because I didn't see it. It looked like part of the wall. Of course, the anti-air guns might be a bit of a problem. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. We can't actually get a clear shot at this one, thanks to the guns. And presumably now this will... Yep.
Anti-aircraft turrets protecting the generator.
Well aware.
Your ship will not be able to get a clear shot while those guns are active.
Thank you for telling me what I already knew. Now, could you tell me something useful about, oh, I don't know, how to get to them? No, of course not. Oh, there we go. Something will happen now. Oh, of course, I had to let them open the doors from the other side. Makes sense. I went out on a limb and assumed they were going to hyper mode, so I just went first. Sometimes all it takes is the right flag for something to happen without me needing to do anything. Not sure I actually wanted to destroy that, but it looks like I had to. Mechanism Remorse class turret. Space pirate defense system susceptible to explosive blasts. Noted. Easily disposed of. Yeah, you're just a pirate trooper. Not sure why they're getting the pirate theme out for these jokers. Got more? You struck up the band for just a handful of basic troopers? Now I hear somebody firing at me. There he is. I remain unimpressed, game. I get the distinct impression they're going to keep spawning until I break this thing. I'm trying to operate the underside thing that game. I don't know why I got overloaded with Phazon. I guess because they hit me with it. There we go. I needed to get it to trigger the right damn interaction. And now with all these exposed, presumably it will be very easy to destroy. Okay, bad things are happening underneath it now. Am I meant to? No, I'm not meant to go in there, I guess. Button, but conveniently dodged that. Appreciate it, critter. There's the exposed ammo. There it is. Always happy when people are able to come by. Well, that should be the end of this Tiamat cannon. We'll just have to go do the same thing on the other side, I presume. Yeah, I know. You're upset I blew up your toy. I'm gonna take that one away from you, too. That. Got it. Oh. Camera. That's certainly an angle you chose for me on this one. Can't say I appreciate it. Okay, fine, I'll use the spring ball. Yep, because that's going better. That's going a lot better, clearly. I have so much control over my current life. I don't think we're meant to go in there that way. I don't think that's working. I don't think that's working at all. No, because we're not meant to go in that side. Good job, me. It looked like a perfect little cup to jump in. Now, the gunship can carry a little bit more ammo. I assume breaking all those things is probably a good idea. And this bit again, huh? Okay. Easily dealt with. That doesn't seem good. Pirate proximity mine explodes when approached. Detonate from a safe distance. Yeah, I wonder. How could somebody have died to a mine explosion? Oh, right. Because there's goddamn mines everywhere. There we go. And the cheeky bastards don't just put the mines on the floor either. Which is smart with the amount of wall crawling wildlife we got around here. Ah, healing. Got it. This one's gonna play differently, I see. Fair enough. Got a big old lever to mess with. I'm going to assume I'm going to have to go pull that out of the way, and then I'm going to have a limited amount of time before they pull it again. Not lined up right? There we go. Just had to be at the exact right angle. Guys, stop killing my frame rate. Yep, there they go, pulling the damn things back, as expected. You little bastards. I'm both gonna have to kill them fast and pull the other levers fast. No, you don't. Okay, hopefully they can't stop me doing it immediately. Because unless they're really fast, they can't stop me popping all those. And there we go. No more anti-air defenses to worry about. Oh, frames. What's up here? Ah, this probably is just the loop around. Frame rate, please come back. Frame rate, please forgive. Oh, it just hates existing in here. Okay. Got it. I'll get out of here as quick as I can then. Where are the clamps? Those the clamps? Is this something I need to bomb? No valid target. Okay, not that. I don't want to jump down unless I have to. I'm thinking I might have to go around to get those clamps, though. I'm assuming those are the clamps back there, and none of my blasts are working on them. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. When in doubt, use environmental explosives rather than wasting my own. machine a good pump. Missiles. Let's get this generator blasted out of here.
Data received.
The shield's a bit thinner now. Of course, still need to go break the other one no matter what we do. Going the wrong way. Let's use that save point before I go running off like a fool. 'Cause even though I'm going back to the ship and I'm going to save at the ship, anything could happen between me and there. Even though it's a short jaunt. Last thing I need is, oops, surprise, you're dead. Or surprise, the game crashes. Go do those generators again. Ah. I know I said I was going to stop at the 4-hour mark, and we're 9 minutes away from that. But we're close enough to finishing dealing with the generators at the very least, so I will, at a minimum, deal with that. And then we'll see whether it looks like this planet's done at that point, or if we have a bit more to do. If there's more to do, I'll clean up the rest of the planet, probably. If it's done, then that'll be a good stopping point, and we'll do the next planet tomorrow. Sorry, you better run, pirates. You damn cowards. And I do apologize if the way I move the mouse is unsettling to people. I'm a very twitchy person when it comes to this kind of thing. I move as fast as I need to get to whatever it is I'm pointing at. And a lot of the time, that is a lot faster than it probably should be. Launch the ship. Now we go back over to the fiery dock, run back through that area. We can get most of the way back by using that shortcut hole we found. And then we pop that generator, go pop the Leviathan seed. So I'm not sure if we need to bomb the Leviathan seed or if we have to actually go in it. I would assume we actually will have to go inside the seed. I thought they said that, but I've already forgotten. Ow, my feet. Bastard slowed me down in the air just enough to make me land in the fire. Why is this one not active? Is this a one-way shortcut? Man. Guess we are gonna have to walk. Ah, well. This gives me an opportunity to do a thing or two along the way. And of course, we can't use the shortcut going the other way because they wanted to throw more pirates at me before I get there. Because they, of course, don't want their shield generators getting destroyed. Which, you know, I get it. Doesn't mean I have to agree with it or allow it. Come forth, little balloon bugs. Give me the power of flight. We. Yep. You know, we've been getting some real underwhelming kills as our milestone numbers in this game so far. Am I going the right way? I could have taken a shortcut. It's fine. But yes, I am going the right way. Very good, very good. When did they have time to put turrets in here? Those must be some fast deploying turrets. Either that or we were over there a lot longer than I thought. Either way, shenanigans. Things are not going well. Send help. I just wanted to open this door. Just in case there's an item in between somewhere. Nope. Just some really unpleasant looking things. Got it. I think I'm better off just going the normal way rather than trying to do this shortcut that's over there. Doesn't seem healthy. Especially since we have the other shortcut door that we can use to get back out of here when we're done anyway. Okay, fine. If the game doesn't want me to seal that, I won't seal that. It's fine, it's just mildly unpleasantly warm. Everything's fine. This one seems so much more durable. Because he is. Okay, he's an armored arrow trooper. There's just something really comical about the way they flip upside down before they explode. Damn it, game. Ah! I see this is gonna get a little bit tedious here. Not really sure why I'm bombing this, but I'll bomb it because the game told me to. Ah, elevator. Right, this is where we fought Rundus, but for some reason they were able to build an entire goddamn gun here, but the gun was also not working, so I guess maybe they didn't finish it by the time we got here? I don't know. Oh, this is upsetting. God damn it, game. Wasting my missiles. Before anything else stupid happens, bomb this stupid thing. Here we go, no more shield generators. We have access to the Leviathan. Interesting.
The destruction of the generators has disabled the Leviathan shield. The seed is now exposed. We must fly there and find a way to destroy it.
Ready, way ahead of you on that one. I assume there's going to be some kind of significant boss encounter in here. Yes, you're all very upset that I did that, I know. Wah wah, blew up your toys. Advanced Shield Trooper. Battle Shield deflects attacks, but can be pulled with Grapple Beam. Or, you know, I could just leave. Bye, kids. You have fun over there. They really didn't account for the whole possibility that I might just, you know, walk away. Aha, we have her now. She's... Sorry, she's just walking away. I don't know. What do? Oof. And we're out of here. Creepy looking place. But it matches some of the weird pseudo-organic stuff we saw along the way around. Also really looks like the impact crater from Prime 1, which is concerning. You see, I wasn't saying what I said about it probably being same stuff because I knew that before. Because I don't remember this part. But I'm pretty sure I did break one of the seeds when I had played this previously. The exposed center within the organic mass appears to be its only vulnerable point. Nope. Easily dealt with. Oh, that doesn't look good. Ancient Reptilicus War Golem appears to be receiving energy from the core of the seed. Well, I think we found the guardian of this seed. Well, bring it on. Okay. Frame rate's a little sad, and I need to do some work on that. Okay. Ah! Making cores. It's got one on the back, one on the belly, one on each shoulder. Got it. The Moganar. Morphology, Moganar. Ancient Reptilicus War Golem. Orbs appear to be source of power. Already figured that much out. Thank you, game. Okay, doesn't seem to have a lot of vulnerable periods. Or are those orbs shielded and he's making fun of me because of that? Nope. They are breakable. Got it. They rotate, which is a blessing and a curse, both for him and for me. It's good for him in that it makes it harder for me to hit some of them, but it also means they would guaranteed eventually rotate down to the belly, which is easy to hit. Now to get to his back is the question. Ow, God. Got the big man on my face. Guessing he's getting new orbs. Yeah. Okay, I can shoot the orbs down as he's moving them, though, so that prevents him from recharging them. Got it. Easily figured out. Yeah, you're a big stompy boy, I know. Ah, come on now. There we go. All the orbs go pop. Now what do I do? Get out of here with the grabby hands. Do I scan them again? Wait, yeah, I have information again. Okay. Shattered orb has exposed a Phazon core. Overload the core with Phazon energy to destroy it. Got it. I need to hyper mode. One. That explains why there's a phase where he'll drop healing items, though. Okay, he's got Phazon kicks now. How nice for him. Whoa there, buddy. Alright, big guy, cool it. Phazon crystals are powering a protective barrier. Explosion near his feet will probably destroy it. Yep. Fuck you and your new shoes. I did not expect it to automatically unmorph me. That was more generous than I expected the game to be. All of those are going to space. No course for you. Ow. I could really use that healing that's laying at your feet. Thank you, sir. He is really awkward to hit when he's weeble wobbling around like that. Oh, he's charging up his damn shoes again. Good to know I can interrupt his moves by busting up his feet. This fight's a little goofy, but it's kind of alright. I don't mind this one. It takes a while to kill, which is a little annoying, but there are definitely ways I could see to have sped this up that I didn't do. Of course, it doesn't help when he just fucking walls off the whole damn time. Okay. I have to get rid of the Phazon or it's gonna do terrible things. There we go. I was starting to overload. Come on, open the damn weak point for more than a second, you rat bastard. There we go. Engage the shoes. I'm gonna stop to grab this health before I deal with that, though. Ow. I say as I wasted most of the health I just got. That's okay. Because he drops a lot of it. You can tell he's meant to be first real boss because he's very generous with the health he drops. That back spot's gonna be such a pain. Oh, he's got shoes again. Hang on. No, he doesn't. He's just charging anyway. God damn it, game. Quit giving me mixed signals. And there we go. Moganar done. Easy clap. That doesn't look good. Definitely had to use way too much phase on though. Screwing up her body real badly. Hyperball. More suit upgrade acquired. Hyperball on. While in hyper mode, enter morph ball and then hold the shoot button to engage hyperball. Okay. That seems dangerous. Okay, so we just have lightning arcing out of us now. Interesting. You'll note we're gaining a lot of the abilities we've seen Dark Samus exhibit previously. Which, you know, that's not concerning at all. Oh, hi. For example, floating. But hopefully we're releasing enough of it that it's not a problem for the time being. But that's when the Leviathan seed destroyed. Brio is saved? Question mark? The planet's still kind of fucked anyway, but we solved that problem.
Brio is now saved from further phazon corruption. Thank you, Samus. Your next objective will be Elysia. Though Gore is stationed there, the Leviathan's phazon contamination is still spreading. The impact point is hidden deep within the storm clouds of this planet. You will not be able to reach its location. Instead, you may land near an automated research facility floating high above the surface, where GF Aurora Unit 217 is stationed. Unit 217 has been infected by the corruption virus and is currently offline. I have uploaded a program to your suit that will purge any traces of corruption in the AU and restore its functionality. Once Unit 217 has been restored, it will help us find a way to destroy the Leviathan. We are concerned about Gore ever since he lost contact with us. We hope he is safe. Good luck, Samus.
Hanging in there, Spanky. How about you? Just finished dealing with the first planet we needed to take care of. Let me go take a peek into the next one. You did admittedly catch me toward the end, which, given the time frames, it's just how it goes. Oh, that works out pretty good. But then you won't miss much. Always appreciate you dropping by. Oh, this place looks like it's gonna be pleasant to deal with.
X-Men, welcome to die!
Yeah, that feels about right for where we're going. I don't remember doing this part, so I might not have actually gotten this far. I'm gonna do an initial scout around before we wrap. Mechanoid, aerial repair drone, automated maintenance bot, initial activation 132.8 years ago. He's been in business for a long damn time. Mechanoid, data bot, used to store historical data, shoot to access information. That's certainly one way to activate information. God damn it. I'd like to read the data, please.
It will help you find a way to reach the seed.
Yeah.
We will upload its coordinates to you now. Proceed with caution. Gore's whereabouts and disposition are still unknown.
What I think happened when I was playing this when I was younger is I got stuck on something on the last planet, I think, and flew over here thinking I needed to be here. Got further confused, and then got distracted by other things. Is, you know how we can be when we're kids. Sometimes you just do something real stupid. I am Elysian, descendant of both the Chozo and the First. I am facing the last moments of my life and transferring my memory to the datapod. In a way, our chronicle begins nearly 1,500 years ago. That was when our noble creators, the Chozo, began to build that which would become our home. A place of exploration and knowledge, floating in the clouds of planet Elysia, a fitting home for its great Chozo builders. They built many linked hovering pods. In time, they formed a net in the skies across the globe, instruments peering out in all directions, studying the cosmos. We did not exist then. Only the Chozo walked these hallowed halls. To the distant stars they looked, and a great many things they discovered, including that which would later spell grim disaster for all. I would say overall, Super Metroid's probably still the best. I'm not the biggest fan of the jump physics in Super, and I know I'll be in the minority on that. And I think that's mostly just because I played Fusion before Super, that the physics in Super feel weird to me. But it is still a very good game. Okay, can't move this without removing the vines. Oh, I understand. I need to use the hyperball thing we got. There we go. They really do use that gimmick a lot. You're not technically soft locked, but you need to know speedrunning techniques to break out of that situation. Because you need to understand wall jumping and all kinds of nonsense like that in order to break out of that situation, and it's a huge pain in the ass. Unless you, like I said, are good at speedrunning the game. Seeds like that really aren't meant for normal players like us. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Okay. Cause and effect indicates that that's a bad idea, but I can't scan that because it's too damn far away. And this looks important. But it isn't. I mean, there's always the option of be smarter than I'm being and swing around the obstruction. But I get the feeling that ain't gonna work. Yep, they won't let me squeeze past it either. Okay. Ah. It was as simple as I thought, I just didn't use the right shot for it. No surprise there. You can get out of that, but like I said, it's a huge pain. Because I believe that is a case where you can single wall jump up and out of there. Like I said, for those of us who don't speedrun it, it's probably more trouble than it's worth. I ran into similar situations when I did a randomizer for Fusion. I ended up soft-locking myself because I didn't realize a door would then close behind me and drop me down a hole that I couldn't get back out of. Without tools that the game expects you to have at that point, but you don't have because randomizer. Mechanoid Tinbot, lightweight android that is easily knocked down. Well, that's a hell of an advertisement for them. Oh wow, they fucking Power Ranger roll away when they die. That's pretty good. I appreciate that death animation. Not anymore. They've been given weapons and taught war. Their hitbox on the left side is also a bit interesting. Exactly. They figured out knowing's half the battle, but they didn't understand the other half's actually hitting their target. Several decades passed for the Chozo here at Elysia. The harsh winds and storms began to take their toll on the station, and upkeep began to take up more and more of their precious time. Seeing a need for assistance, they created us, the first Elysian, built by Chozo hands, stepped out of the Mechanicresh 1,450.82 years ago. Crewed by our current standards, the first was soon given the greatest gift of all by the Chozo. To better assist the creators, the first was given self-awareness. To all other Elysians, the first shared the Chozo gift. This event marks year 1 of the Elysian Reckoning. It really is. You gotta stay on your feet, eat to fight. Fighting on your back's not very effective. Oh, look at this guy. Whoop. He's gone. Okay. That happened.
I started blasting. Bang! Bang! Well, I don't see so good, so I missed.
When in doubt, blast them all. Oh, they brought back the ball cannons from the last couple rounds. Those still seem incredibly unsafe. If they're miscalibrated at all, you're just going on a journey. And you ain't coming back. Got it. I figured I could spring ball to that just by mashing the button. Turns out I was right. Yeah, exactly. Not to mention what are you gonna do if somebody gets in the ball cannon on the other side from you at the same time and you just collide in the air? No traffic signals, no anything. Simultaneous blast to all targets is required to disengage locks. Well, that's a problem. We don't have anything that can do that. That's what it would end up being. Oh, vulnerable to heat. I figured since it looked heated up, I needed to cool it. Blind cable. Got it. These are also not safe. Especially when we got this goddamn mine layer flying along ahead of me. What a jerk. Ack. I have to assume this used to be an extreme sport or something. Or some kind of crazy warrior training. It's like, aha, if they survive the zipline, clearly they're fit to be a warrior. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Multiple times. Spooky. Ow. Beep. Honestly, without the power suit, there's high odds she would have lost her arm entirely on that trip. Alrighty, have a good one at your job. Charge. Got it, got it. I would assume I need the boost ball for this, but maybe I can do something with this anyway? Doesn't seem like it, though. Well, I managed to get up here, but I don't think that's very helpful. I managed to get full rotation, but that's not fast enough, I guess. Oh, well. I'll be happy enough that I managed that much. Yeah, I had a feeling I wasn't going to be allowed to leave. Okay, the Robo-Wraith is the problem here. Him and his friends. gonna keep on disappearing. Mechanoid, Steambot, lightly armed and armored, rendering inert by high temp hits. Okay, now that's hardly fair. Mechanoid Steam Lord. Repairs fallen Steambots capable of cloaking itself. We gotta make him reveal himself to save his friends, it looks like. And then I can hit him. They're like robot zombies. And there we go. Stand to him. Ooh, an energy tank. One sec. I assume I meant to pull this. Yeah, it says destroy, but it does expect me to pull it. Okay. When in doubt, rip it in half. Bust up their safety measures, because that's a good idea. You, give me your secrets. Discovery. The Chozo were watchers, studying in the depths of space tirelessly to quench their thirst for knowledge. In this facility, they launched observation satellites, firing them into the heavens toward distant worlds. These satellites returned information that allowed them to analyze the various phenomena occurring across the cosmos. Through this process, they were able to satisfy their intellectual appetite, one planet at a time. One day, a Chozo searcher happened across a very rare discovery. A once thought lost satellite delivered information on a distant world. It was incredibly far away, even by Chozo reckoning. The study of that stellar object revealed that it was, in many ways, a planet, yet also sentient, alive. This chance event was brief, and the information being collected was lost before the true identity of the planet was revealed. I have a sneaking suspicion that's going to be relevant later. Systems busted. Control systems need hand touching. Oh. Now we can use the lift. That's a lift. That... I mean there's a save point around here somewhere? Now this is a big open nothing. A very suspicious big open nothing. Can't even call the ship here. Huh. Well, that's upsetting. That really looked like a place I should be able to call the ship. But I guess there's something in the way or something along those lines. I also figured there would have been a save point there. Oh, here we go again. The Arm Ripper Special. None of that. None of your flying laser saw blades of doom. No, please. I did not agree to this exercise. is another hit all of them at the same time thing. Yeah. Another lift. There's a save point. I was basically just gonna push into here till we found a save point, and here we found one. So I'll go find us somebody to go see as soon as the animation finishes playing. Then I'll go figure out what the hell I'm gonna do with my life. And from there. I've got a couple retro choices I could gamble on, or I could go with somebody familiar. Give me one moment to take off desktop audio and check that. And we may or may not go over there. Have I seen this one before? Oh yeah, I have seen that one before, and I wasn't impressed. Yeah. I won't go for that right now. We'll go ahead and flip a coin at my last remaining two choices and see where it goes. This one will be the top choice, that one will be the bottom choice. Oh, easily figured out then, I guess. We'll be going to go see Game Tracks because he's a good dude. He's a little bigger than I am, but you know, it is what it is. All the help anybody can get is still good either way. Last I heard, I think he was doing some Sonic stuff again. But, as always, thank you all for taking the time to hang out for this. I did not expect this to go nearly as well as today did, especially considering I was 2 hours late starting. And I started off feeling pretty rough since I'm operating on like 3 hours of sleep. Other than that, hopefully some of you will come by. I mean, especially all of you, hopefully will come by tomorrow when we continue this. In theory, tomorrow will be on time, unless something happens between now and then. Keep an eye on Twitter. You'll get a heads up as soon as I know what's going on. But other than that, just go be chill with Game Tracks, go have fun, have a good day, everybody. I may or may not work on something I'll show off tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. See y'all around.